Hello there. I am Carol, Crafty Grandma, and welcome to Bench Pillows for All Seasons, October, Part 2. If you were with us yesterday, or in Part 1, you saw us make the witches' hats and put the eek on here. Today we're going to finish up the pumpkins. So we made 4.5-inch squares, and then we put 1 3/4 inch or 1 1/4. I don't remember. 1 1/4 inch squares, and now we are trimming them down, and we're going to press them all to make them into pumpkins. So let's get going on that. So 1/4 inch in, and if you weren't with us for part 1, if you would prefer, you're welcome to just use a pair of scissors and cut the ends off. I tend to cut them too short and it makes pressing more difficult, so I go ahead and use my rotary cutter so that I'm sure that I'm getting my 1/4 inch, and it just makes pressing easier. And there are 9 pumpkins total. Okay, so I got 3 done. Oops, these 2 wanted to stay together. Only need 1. Now, could I cut these multiple layers? You know, I guess I could. Maybe I'll try that. Let's see. Okay, so that's 2. Let's see. I think this is working. Let's check. Okay, let's check the one below. Did I get it right? It did work. It did work. Yay. All right, so let's do these 2 together. Okay. up. Make sure they're on top of each other. Excellent. And 1/4 of an inch. Excellent. Last two. All right, now this one, you see it's got a little piece of the white sticking up. So we need to make sure that stays down. There we go. Okay, pumpkins are cut. Oh. There we go. And now, where are we at? We're there. Oops. There we go. And now we are going to press these, and we're going to press them towards the pumpkin, so the orange part. Let's let that warm up a minute. I can grab some water. I knew I forgot to bring something in this room when I came in here. All right. Okay, so now I press towards the pumpkin. This is being a little more complicated than I thought it would. All right, let's do this. Let's just flip them all under and press. Finger press first. And then heat press. It's being a little challenging, but not too bad. Let's see. Ooh. sure they all stay down. And of course, let's see here. We're not perfect, because this should be a 4.5-inch square, just like we started with, but we're not quite there. Doesn't look as bad on camera as it does in person. It's like that corner. Nope, see, on camera it looks just fine and dandy. Well, it's not. Just an FYI, it's not. All right, these are going to go across the bottom, and I have not yet decided where they're going to go, but I do know that there's like 5 candy corns, and I don't want the candy corns right next to each other, and since there's 9 total, I'm going to guess that it's going to be every other one. And let's see, the non-candy canes, or candy corn, candy cane, wrong holiday. There's 2 of those, 2, 3 of these. All right, so 5 total. All right, let's do this one on the other end. Come on. They're tiny, and tiny stuff doesn't like to get pressed. All right, come on. Everybody go where they belong. Ah. Okay, let's see. Got 3 of them. Let's get that one. They all want to press towards the white. I don't want them to do that. Starch is my way of saying, do what I'm telling you to do. All right, this one's going to go on this side. And let's see here, I have 4 different patterns. Let's do these 2 next. Go to this corner. Okay. A little practice, you get the hang of it. Figure out what's the best way to make it press. Because it didn't want to go where I wanted it to go at first. Okay. This one has hats on it, and of course all 3 hats on here are facing in different directions. So I can't make a decision All right. Let's put this one here. And I may change these up. I haven't decided permanently yet. Any of you that have watched for a while, you know I change my mind, especially when it comes to placement. That's where it's going. Okay. That one there. So how does it show up on the screen? Okay, so you can't tell too much. Let's do this. Does this help? No, it's kind of dark. But this candy corn has a white background. And this candy corn has a black background. I wonder if it's a problem with the camera. Let's see. Because I've had that problem before. All right. Now. Brightness. Come on. There we go. Is that too bright now? No, I think that's just about right. There we go. Now you can see. And it's at an angle. Real fudge. Sorry. Okay, that should be better. And now you can see more clearly that this has a light background, white background. Actually, the brightness is way too bright, and then this has a black background. So that's what the difference is. And this one over here is the same. This one has the white background. And so I've got a second one that's got the black background. Oh, come on. See, I walked away and now I forgot the correct order to do this in, and they're being fussy now. doesn't say it's going to rain, but it's getting windy like it's going to rain. All right. So this one goes here because this one has the black background. And now I have two of them that they are orange with black print on them. So I'm going to put those next. And this has bats on it, so we're going to make sure the bats are facing upright. We're going to run out of room, and I should have known that. There should be enough room now. All right. All right, now this one has spiders hanging. So figuring out, making sure the spiders are facing the direction I want them to. And then the last one that's going to go in the middle is the same as the end two. It's the candy corn with the light colored back. Actually, this is an orange background. So it's not the same. So it turns out like it's a good thing that I left it for last. I thought it was the same pattern. Well, it is. It's the same pattern, it's just a different color. All right. That one goes in the middle. Let's do this. Shift a little. All right. And now we have everybody. Yep, everybody up. Everybody's up there. So here's the thing. The next thing it tells me to do is to make the eyes and the noses and the mouths. And in the book, and I think we're going to do it just the way the book is showing, because the book is showing that the ones in the middle, every other one, do not get any faces on them. And for me, I think that's going to work because, let's go back here where you can see better. Those have patterns on them. So these have the candy corn. And I think putting the eyes, noses, and mouths on the candy corn ones is going to make the most sense. So we're going to go that same route. And then we need heat and bond. And if you saw part 1, it was my first experience with heat and bond. And I have fallen in love with the stuff. It is so much better than the Steam-A-Seam 2 I've been using for years. This is just 100 times better. All right, I need this, which has, this is why you have to buy the book, because it has the patterns for our applique. That reminds me, did I leave this? Yes, I left the zigzag plate on the sewing machine, so we're good. All right, and does it tell me what I need? It does. Large triangle eyes. I need 5. I'm going to turn this upside down just because the patterns I need are all up in this corner, and I don't want to have to reach halfway across the table just to do everything. Okay, so I need 5 of these. Nope, those are smalls. Large triangle eye. 5. Now, I need to make sure I have some space between these because I have to be able to cut them out and put them on different, well, they're all going to go on black fabric. Debating on which black fabric I'm going to use, but they're all going to go on black fabric. But I do need to have room to cut them apart from each other. So I can't just draw right on top of everything. Okay, so these are large eye. I'm just putting an LE on them. Because I can plainly see their triangles. I do know my shapes. LE. All right, large eye. Small triangle eye slash nose. Small triangle eye slash nose. Okay, I need 5 of these. Small eye nose. S-E-N. That's 3. Let's go here. There's 4. And put the last one in the middle. Even though I'm happier with the price of this Heat and Bond, I'm still not going to waste it. I'm still going to use as little of it as possible. Okay, large circle mouth. I need one. Large circle mouth, there it is. Large mouth, okay. Small circle eyes, 3. One small eye. Let's see, I've got room over here. Two. And small eye, 3. Zigzag mouth, 1. Where's the zig? There's the zigzag mouth. Actually, let's put him this way. Okay. And curved mouth, 2. There's that one, there it is. One. And 2. Oops. Didn't draw that one quite right. There we go. Okay, and then rectangle mouth nose, 2. Cut 1 in half after cutting out 4 noses. All right. So I need 1 the full length and 1 half the length. Why? Okay. Let's do this. Let's just cut. And this is a nose. And then we do the whole thing in a rectangle. And it is a mouth. All right. So I've now drawn all of my pieces. Here we go. So like I said, labeled some of them. The rest of them didn't care too much about. The mouths I can figure out what they are, so I don't need to worry about that. And used up some of my Heat and Bond. Put it back in its little container here. And I have this 8x8 square. And I was thinking about using it for this. Let's see, does it fit? It fits that way. And that avoids the big spider web. I really don't need that big spider web because it would have too much white on it. Now, could I just use some plain black? Yes, I could. But I happen to have this, and I don't know what else I'm going to do with it. So it only makes sense to use as much as I can for this specific project, because it was bought to make this project. And you're going, what are you doing? What I'm doing is I'm trimming off the pieces parts I'm not going to use that are sticking over the fabric, because it will stick to the ironing board if I don't do that. So I have cut off the edges so that nothing sticks to my ironing board. Because this stuff will stick to the ironing board. And you know what? If I don't like the way this comes out, I can always just draw them again. Come on. There we go. There we go. All right. So now we cut out our pieces. One little piece of thread. Come on, there we go. That out of the way. Now, could I be cutting these exactly on the line if I wanted to? Yes. I'm choosing not to at this point. Come on. And just so you know, I'm using my paper scissors because they do have stuff on it. as I'm finding with this particular brand, it's not as big of a deal. With the last brand, I did need to use my paper scissors because it would get sticky, and I didn't like that getting all over my good scissors, so I changed it. All right, so here we go. We have a book, and first pumpkin. And this is going to be our first pumpkin. We need a wavy mouth. Now, as we discovered last time, these don't stick. They actually can, they don't stick at all. With the Steam-A-Seam 2, once you did this, you could stick it and it would actually stick to it. This does not. All right. And so now I need a large, or a nose. I need a nose. Small eye or nose. Okay. I'm going to go with, that's what this one is. Because it does not, it just says arrange, oh no, that's the next one. Select 5 pumpkins and position as desired, as in the photo or as desired. So again, this is a location where you can do whatever you want. You don't need to follow the directions in the book. All right, so a nose. And again, they don't stick. I don't know why I keep pressing them like they do. Now I have to decide, do I like the fact that it's got that spider on it or not? So that looks pretty much like the first one. Set it over on the ironing board and think about it. All right, number 2. Here's number 2. And this one has the long rectangular mouth. Come on. It wants to be difficult. Okay, so the mouth goes straight across. The square nose. It's not quite square. It's close to a square though. It's kind of got little spider tails on it. Oh, and do I want those facing the same way? I don't like that. No, it's not going to do me any good. All right. That almost looks like a little mustache on it. I can go with that. And 2 more of the large eyes. Or no, small eyes. These are the small eyes. Come on. Slightly separated. There we go. Okay, and these go outward. Now, you have to remember when you're doing these things that there's going to be a 1/4 inch seam on them also. So you don't want to get them too close to the top or the bottom to any of the edges. There's that's the small eye that I was using as a nose on the other pumpkin. And I think I like it having a little more white on this because the background of this one is black. Okay, so that's number 2. What did I trip over? Nothing. I don't know. Number 3. This one has the zigzag mouth. All right, and the 2 points go down. Ooh, it's got a little spider on it. Zigzag mouth. Well, apparently there's another square nose that I seem to have missed. Let's try here. Let's see here. This is the large eye. No, it's a small eye. I was wrong. All right. So eye goes over there, and a large eye. Oh, I see. So if I had cut out the rectangle completely, I would have gotten two noses. One mouth, and then, but it makes two noses. So I was supposed to cut it completely. Or make it full, whatever. All right, so he doesn't have a nose right now. I'll have to work on that. Let's see. Here's some of the fabric. I don't know if that's going to be big enough. Let's see. Yes, it will be big enough. Excellent. All right, so here's what I did wrong. This piece right here is a mouth and a nose. I cut one full piece for a mouth and used that, but then I thought I only needed one of these. You need both of them and then cut down the middle to give yourself two noses. And that's what I did wrong. I only cut out one rectangle nose. All right, and I have fabric. And all I'm doing is attaching that little rectangle onto some scrap fabric that was in the garbage. And now I will get a second nose. Oops, not quite. There we go. So now I have a second nose, and it goes on our little friend here. All right, there we go. Right, I'm going to press these real fast. I'm not going to have enough room for all 5 on my pressing table, so I'm just going to have to be happy with what I have, and if I'm not happy with the other ones, we'll deal with it. This is the one that goes in the middle. It's there. Okay. And our first little friend. Okay. So now you don't have that. There we go. All right, so now we have our friend. I'm going to do it that way. We have a grumpy mouth. So the round mouth, but upside down, so it's grumpy. Okay. Let's get you separated. Come on. There, and grumpy. Grumpy mouth. And this is a small eye and nose. Come on. I always have trouble separating fabric from paper. It just always wants to be difficult. And you'd think I have fingernails, I should be fine at this, but no. All right, nose. And then a couple of large eyes. And they are pointing up. Makes him look grumpy. Okay, this one has a spider on it. So let's see, how do we want the spider? I want the spider to go like that. So, grumpy. Let him warm up a little bit, get bonded. And then we've got our last pumpkin. All right, large circle mouth. Do I want the lines to go up and down or not? I have to think about that one. The nose. couple of round eyes. One round eye. Voila. All right, garbage can, trash. All right, so now I have to think. Because I know I have to do it. The applique is going to take forever. I hate applique. I say that and I do it all the time, but it's just tedious. All right, so now I'm going to take my 5 pumpkins that have faces on them and take them over to the sewing machine, where we will blanket stitch around each of them. There's my water. There's my water. All right. So, changing back out of our piecing thread. Oh, yeah, I'm going to need to wind a new bobbin. Might as well take care of that. Well, get rid of the thread and I'll wind it when we need it. Because we're going to need it all again. And that's what I was trying to decide. Did I really want to mess with doing the applique, the blanket stitch now, or did I want to wait until after I got the piecing done? Well, I'm going to have to stitch these together in order to get the piecing done. So I might as well just, and I really, that would make it more challenging. If these were all sewn together, it would make the applique stitch much more difficult. Well, not much more difficult, just annoying. Okay, so the blanket stitch was there. Oh, wait a minute. 1, 9. Oops. No, come on. There we go. And again, my machine is telling me to use interfacing, and I'm going to ignore it. And I have to try and remember to turn off that fix at the beginning of each stitch. Oh, where's my applique foot? There's my applique foot. Can you just use a regular foot? Yes. It's just a little bit easier to see where you're going and what's happening next if you use the wide applique foot. set it up, press her foot down. And I am using black thread, which goes perfectly with the black fabric. You can use a contrasting if you want. You can use a transparent if you want. You can use whatever you personally desire. And the purpose of the blanket stitch is to hold your applique down. Way back when we started quilting, there was no such thing as fusible web or whatever. So people would just place their applique items where they wanted them. And then, of course, they would be hand stitching most of the time and stitch them in place. And even though in this day and age we don't necessarily have to do the blanket stitch, because the heat and bond would hold it just fine, it's just a nice finishing touch to have these stitched in place. If this is for your own personal use and you don't care, you don't have to do this, depending upon which type of fusible web you use. Excuse me for a moment. Oh. Cat walked in and walked right by me. I thought she wanted attention. Apparently I was wrong. But I will get some water. There we go. Alright, almost done with this one. Both eyes and the nose. Now let's get the mouth. I am a popular person today. All right, one done. Not trimmed, but done. Put that on the table. Let's move on to the next one. Oops, too far. Let's see. Now, fortunately, this is the one with the black background. So hopefully it won't be as noticeable. Even though the stitches are on the candy corn, of course. Come on. There we go. Now. And we're going that way. I forgot to turn it off again. 2 down. 3 more to go. Oops, I'm too far. That's where I started. Okay. Okay, and the eye, the round eye. Circles are always very challenging for me, especially little circles. They've got a really small curve to them. Alright. Oh! That didn't cut well. There we go. 3 down. 2 to go. So now this curve isn't as bad. With those round eyes and noses. So this last one's going to be a pain for me because it's got three circles. Come on. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this long thread before it gets caught and tangled in something. Okay. Now I'm not having any problems, and I'm going to say this, and I'm going to probably have it on the last one. I'm not having any problems with puckering, so this fabric must be slightly thicker than the gray fabric I used, because this is not having any puckering problems. Alright, that one's done. Last one, I'm going to do the triangle first, because it gives me the least resistance. Okay, bigger circle first. Water. I need water. All right. last one. And we still have a perfectly clean needle. There is no goop on it whatsoever. I love this Heat and Bond. I will locate the link for it on Amazon, because I know I purchased it on Amazon, but I'll locate the link and put it somewhere in the description below. Probably in the after the part where it says the Annie's catalog link. I think that's down there too. And put it down there so you can use it, because there's no goop on the needle whatsoever, and the only thing it doesn't do is it doesn't stick before you iron it. There's no temporary stick, which is kind of annoying for placement purposes, especially if you're a person that really has to have something in a specific spot. So like, here, if you wanted an exact distance between the eyes and you wanted to make sure the nose and the mouth were perfectly aligned, if that's something that concerns you, because it doesn't concern me and I didn't do that. I just stuck them on and we're golden. But if that's something that concerns you, then this Heat and Bond isn't necessarily going to work for you. You'd have to do it each piece individually. I mean, I can think of ways to do it, but it would be too time consuming for me to mess with it. I wouldn't do it. Let's see, this is the grumpy face. And the reason I'm cutting these all off goes back to the whole idea of having, I mean, obviously the top, you don't want the threads there, but on the back. Why am I cutting off threads on the back when no one's going to see it? Well, it's going to put extra thickness into your quilt, and it could just look sloppy. So this is Grumpy Face. Sew the pieces together to make, oh, no. It never told me to sew the hats together. Fuse in place. Matching thread. No, it did not. It skipped that part. Maybe it'll tell me later on. There it is. Yeah, later on it tells me. All right. Squiggly mouth face. And again, I point out, I'm not being ridiculously particular about the directions of the distance between the different pieces. Actually, this is a good spot to show you. So we're going to look at the back of the pumpkin here. If you look, the blanket stitch there is almost, it's pretty level. But this is at a slight angle. They are not the same distance apart from each other on each side. I did not match it up so that it was perfect or anything like that. I just stuck them on and left them, or let them go. In all honesty, if you were carving a pumpkin, that's what you would get anyway. You would carve a pumpkin and you would get the shapes aren't going to be absolutely perfect. I guess if it's bothering you that these aren't perfect, you would be one that would make sure that they are perfect on the pumpkin. But like I said, this looks more natural to me. I think it's just fine and dandy the way it is, and I'm not going to mess with it. Well, and at this point I can't. Because we've got them pressed into place, fused into place. Heat and bond, fused. Okay. Pumpkins are done. So that's the end of completing. Oh, I don't have you on. There we go. Okay. Completing the pumpkin units. We've done all of that. We've done to step 5. Now, completing the pillow cover. Step 1 says, referring to the assembly diagram, arrange the 9 pumpkin units in a horizontal row, alternating the plain pumpkins and the jack-o'-lanterns. Sew the units together and press. All right, so I have already done all that. I have been doing it as I've been going along. Oh, design wall. Let's talk about the design wall. Do you have to have a design wall in your house? No. Does it make your life easier? I think it does. I like to be able to step back and look and see what it's going to look like. You can do that laying it on a table. Having a height deficiency and only being 5 feet tall, well, 5'1", I tend to not be able to see very well on a table because I can't see a distance. So I like it on the wall. You don't have to go buy a professional design wall. Just go to the dollar store and get an outdoor tablecloth that has the felt on the back of it, or hang felt. You can do that too. The tablecloth is a little bit nicer because it's got that plastic to it, and it gives it a little more stability. Whereas if you just put fleece or felt up on the wall, it can be a little challenging. They also sell PVC pipe frames, and it's got a design wall on it. I'm not certain. I know my mother has one. At least I thought she did. That if you if you don't have wall space, and you want to be able to put it together, take it apart, put it together, take it apart, that's an option. All right, so now we're going to sew our pumpkins together. I'm going to pick them up in order so that I make sure they stay in the order that they are currently in. I do not want to get them mixed up. I want them to be just like that. Sewing machine. Pumpkins. All right, let's go back to our piecing thread. And this is the same thread that I will use for quilting later on. So I'm not even going to put it in its little baggie. I'm just going to set it off to the side because we will need it in a while. And if you're screaming at me through whatever method is you're watching me on, I have a machine that allows me to wind a bobbin well threaded. So that's why I'm threading my needle. There we go. Threading my needle. Now you have to have, with my machine, you must have a foot on so that you can go under the foot. Make sure your needle thread goes under the foot. And then these two pieces of metal are there specifically so that it has a smooth ride up to the bobbin area. Oh, forgot to turn the speed down. It does stop on its own, but it was starting to make noise, so I decided to stop it myself. And we don't need all that extra thread sitting out there, so let's spin some up. There we go. All right. Piecing stitch is 1.5. Now, this one is my first pumpkin. This one is my second pumpkin. What did I do with my scissors? They're over here. There are 9 of them, so there will be 8 seams. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Nope, excuse me. Oh, I was gonna sneeze there for a minute. I've got it. Okay. All right, now we've got seams pressed upward. So we want to make sure they all get caught. All right. Open it up. Pumpkin number 3. And make sure when you're lining these up, you're using the orange fabric and not the white fabric, because the white well, in my case, is pretty wonky. If you were more exact and particular about it, you might not have the same problem I do. But I have white triangles that are not matching up at all. All right, so here's where I want to be. Yep. Okay. Making sure that my pumpkins are all still facing the same direction. And every pumpkin's happy. Yeah, except for the grumpy one. We're just going to let him be grumpy. Now, I don't know if you can see this or not, but this seam flipped. It's not pressed the correct way. So I am going to convince it and then stitch it into place so that it faces the direction I want it to face and not the direction it wants to face. Go. All right, moving right along here. last one, which apparently, according to the book, is a jack-o'-lantern and not a pumpkin. It is attached to a pumpkin. But because it has a face on it, it's a jack-o'-lantern. Alright. And there. There we go. Alright, so these are all attached. And the next thing we have to do is decide which way to press them. Because we do need to press them. But they will be joined to another piece. So we need to think about how they're going to be joined. And it may be that there's no issue at all. I'm not certain. I'm thinking there isn't an issue, but I'm not certain. I gotta look at this. Come on. Okay. They are there. Let us look. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is this strip with the with white and then our stems. And the stems go in the middle of the pumpkins. So it looks like it doesn't matter. Let's get this closer so you can see. There we go. So where the white is, and then there's green, and the spot between the two pumpkins is there, and it attaches to the white. So it does not matter where we put our which way we press our seams, which is a beautiful thing. We like that. Make life a little bit easier. There we go. So we're just going to press as we go. And the iron's too cool. So let's talk, let me get my book. Let me see. What are we doing next? Oh, I made the light flicker. Here we go. 9. All right, so next week we're going to do an autumn project. I've got a bunch of charm squares, and we're just going to attach them to a cream colored square, and we're going to make some half square triangles and be done with it. And then the next project we'll do will be an actual Halloween project. It's called Radio Waves. And that's where I'm going to use that jelly roll and just make a wave going across. I haven't decided how big it's going to be yet. I think I'm going to shoot for like 36 by 48. But very similar to a project that we did early on where we just took strips and cut them. But this is going to go up and down instead of just, the first one we did was all in one order. And I can't remember what I called it. I think it was basic jelly roll quilt or something to that effect. But this one's actually going to have more design to it. Where are we at? Okay. Couple hours left. I'm hoping we can get this done. We don't have any more applique, so that's good. Yes, I am aware that I haven't used any starch yet. I'm going to try and do it all in one line. Well, part of a line, because the whole thing isn't going to fit on the ironing board at once. Last part. And I'm stretching this out so that the seams are pulled taut. And they are as sharp as they can be. Now this should be smaller than those three pieces up there, because those three pieces are not joined yet, and they will eventually get joined together. And they're not that much shorter. So we're going to have to do some piecing, I think. Oh, and look at that. We've got joints. There's three pumpkins. Three pumpkins and or jack-o'-lanterns under each hat. So when we do the seams for the hats, we're going to, no, we're not. Never mind. Go down. I forgot. I'm concerning myself with seams that I don't need to concern myself with. So here we have our stems. We have a little piece, then some stems and some bigger pieces. Okay. So let's go over to the sewing machine. All right. So the little pieces here are the first piece and the last piece. And I'm going to need a whole bunch of starters. I'm probably going to need more, but that's where we'll start. Okay. So a little white piece and the green. Green goes to a longer white piece, and we're going to use the longer ones the rest of the way down until we run out of green. Okay, now green. And another long white piece. green, otherwise known as a stem. Long white piece. More. We're getting there. Alright, now I'm confused because I have an extra. Oh no, there's two left. Thought there was only one of these left. Alright, never mind. It makes sense to me now. This is my last long piece. And just like we started with a short piece, we're going to end with a short piece. And our final piece goes on the end here. Alright, so let's go over here. There we go. Alright, so now we have this big long piece. And it has all of our stems on it. Get that planner out of the way. Okay, and now the tails from the automatic cutter on my machine. Okay. And we already determined with the pumpkin row that it doesn't matter where we press here. So I am going to try to press towards the green stems at all locations. That's my goal. Let's see if they agree with me or not. So I'm sort of finger pressing towards the green as I'm pulling the iron across. The catch with this method that I'm using is trying to keep everything level, straight. With such a small piece, it can get angled just slightly, and you want to try to avoid that and keep it as straight as you can. Okay. And once you have the initial press done, which is what I'm doing here, I'm going to pull and do it again, because now the seams are pressing in the correct direction. We just want to pull slightly so that we can ensure that all the seams are as sharp as they can be. And then we use the stabilizer, starch. Again, you're pulling just slightly to make it as taut as possible and get those seams nice and crisp. Okay, great. What does it say to do next? I think it says to attach this. Sew the stem row to the top of the pumpkin row. All right, so looks like we're a little bit off in places. That's quite a bit off. That one's fine, that one. Right, so there's 3 spots where we have some real bubbles here. So I am going to not pull out clips, I'm going to pull out pins. And let's see if we can figure this out. Get the book out of the way. Oh. There. Water's in the way. These are going to be in the way eventually. Okay. So here we go. We have a jack-o'-lantern. We have a stem that goes in the middle of the jack-o'-lantern. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this that direction. Okay. And now we go to the second one. And the third. So here we go. There's a lot of fabric left over, but we're going to try and make it work. This piece, the stem piece, I'm going to put on the bottom as I sew. And that way the feed dogs are going to be pulling on this. And I'm going to hold the pumpkin piece a little taut and see if I can get this to smooth out without too many buckles, bubbles, problems happening. I'm going to square up this piece here because I'm going to start on this side. And this way I know that that bottom piece is square to the pumpkins. And we're going to go from there. Let's see what we can get done. How bad this is going to end up turning out. Let's see. Okay. Yep. So I'm not doing anything at all at this point. I'm just sewing. And now I get to my pin, and I want to take my pin out. And you can't probably tell very much, but there's the waves underneath there. This is where the problem is. So I'm going to keep it flat through the pumpkin and the stem. Okay, so now I'm going to start stretching. So I'm going to hold. Oh, that's a problem. There we go. Got similar problem, not as bad on this one, but still there. Okay, we're back to the pin. Sew through the stem. Make sure my seam is pressed the right way. Now we have, this one's a pretty big one, so this is going to be even more challenging. And we need to press that way. So I want that to go that way. Still have quite a bit of bubble, so this one's probably going to be, I'm going to be able to see it. Let's see, let's try. This one's not too bad at all. other one's not too bad. So through the stem. This is why I'm using pins and not clips in this area, because clips would allow the fabric to slip and move and adjust, and pins do not. So that's allowing us to keep everything more taut and see where the problems lie. Last one. And again, this one's kind of big. Let's make sure we've got this squared up with the edge. All right, let's see how bad this came out. Yeah, that one's not great. Get rid of this pin. So now I'm going to press, oh, sorry, forgot to bring you with me. So I am going to press towards, it seems to want to go towards the pumpkins. So I'm going to go with that. I don't have a problem. I can press either way. All right, so two of the stems seem to have gotten shorter or narrower. Yeah, it didn't come out great, but I think it'll work. It's not going to be ridiculously obvious. It'll be visible if you know to look for it. So right there, that stem got smaller. And over here, we've got some errors. But I'm thinking I can make it work with quilting later on. Let's see, how far? Because we're going to have to do probably a very similar thing to get it attached to the hats. I assume that's the next step. Sew the witch hat blocks together in a horizontal row with the applique block in the center. That's what I thought we were going to do. I was right. 1, 2, 3. Sewing machine. Okay, and here we have seams that we made pressed opposite so that we can butt them up together. Actually, I'm going to go this way because I want to do that first. Alrighty. And join these two together at the seam. Put them up together so that they're nice and matched up. Go. pressing direction does not matter on this either, because it's not going to be joined up at any, there's no joints. Actually, I think these joints on the gray pieces were the only joints in the entire quilt. Everything else is made to not have a joint. All right, I am going to press out, just 'cause. Alright, and now the last step before we do borders is to attach the top and the bottom together. Here we go. So match up the edge. So that we're square. And I'm going to match up the other edge here. This would make life easier for you, wouldn't it? I'm going to match up the other edge so that it's square. So square there, and then here the pumpkin is square with the gray. And then the rest of it, let's see. I'll try and get this seam for the pumpkin to go here. That way these three pumpkins are under the first hat. And then this seam matches up there so that those three pumpkins go underneath. And now this, no, that's not it. Which one was it? This one. This one's folded up quite nicely, so it should be fine. The center pumpkin stem should be underneath, directly underneath the hat. Let's do that and get some spacing there. All right. So I've got it spaced out, and there's still spots where we've got the bubbles, but we had that before, and we're going to do the same thing we did before. Okay. Now we're going to press. This out of the way and move this out of the way, and I forgot to do that. There we go. Okay. Alrighty. And hang it up. And from a distance on the screen, it looks fine. If you walk up and you touch it and you look at it, you can see where there's some problems. But I think with a little bit of quilting, we might be able to hide that. We'll find out. So the next thing we need are the borders, because there is a border on this. And I am going to use this striped fabric. We talked about it in part 1. And I'm going to use this striped fabric. And now that there has to be a decision made. Do I want the lines to go across and down and across and up like a picture frame? Or do I want them to go in like a fence, I guess? I'm thinking in. I don't think I need to do the striped. It takes more fabric to do the picture frame because you have to cut this way instead of this way like we normally cut. So tape measure, writing utensil, where are we at? It is 37 inches that way, and 37 1/4 down there, 14 1/2, 14 1/2. So up and down, we've got no problems. It's the across where we have some problems. All right, so piece of paper, there we are, come on. 14 1/2 short sides. And what was it? $37 across, 37 long. Okay. What size border does it want? The border strips, 1 1/2 inches wide. Okay. I am going to do a miter border. It does not call for that in the book, but because I'm doing the stripes, I like to do a miter border when I do stripes. So 1 1/2 inches wide. I need two strips that are at least 40 inches, okay, and then I need two strips that are 14 1/2, 15, 16, 17 1/2, so that are at least 18 inches. 18 plus 18 is 36. So I will cut 3 1 1/2 inch strips, and then we will have extra on all sides to do the miter. That works. Because 2 strips for the one for the top, one for the bottom, and then the third strip we will cut in half at 22, and that will be more than we need for the short sides. So excellent. 3 strips, 1 1/2 inches wide. That is 3 plus 1 1/2, that's 4 1/2 inches. And since the fabric was cut, not torn, I add typically 2 inches. I'll probably just add 1 1/2 inches at this point. Let's see. So 4 1/2 is what I need. I'll cut it or tear it at 6. I have more of this fabric than I thought I did. Sit there. All right. Excellent. Remember, try and press with the torn side towards you. That way you've got a better view of where the grain is, just to catch or match it up. over, match the grain. And in this case, the stripes were printed onto white fabric. I can tell that because the strings that I pulled out were printed on. They weren't woven together. So they may not be straight either. Well, they'll be straight when we apply them, but they may not be straight with each other as I'm ironing, and they're not. It's not terrible. I'm surprised actually at what a decent job it had, but second fold. All right. And as I always do, I want to point out that this edge, the torn edge, is all straight. It's all even with each other. Where the fabric was cut at the store is not straight. Like I said, the printing on this is actually pretty good. The stripes almost match. So that's an impressive piece of part there. But let's see. So now I need to go over this direction because I want to be able to match up to the fold and square this off. Wrong tool. Cut off the least amount as possible. Yeah, 1.5. That's 1. 1.5. That's 2. And then 1.5. Yeah. I could have gone with a 1/2 inch less. But you never can tell how far off it's going to be when it's been cut. So, okay, there's that. And then this needs to be cut in half. Where are my scissors? So I'm just taking it at the fold. Putting my scissors in, cutting it in half. These are going to be the 2 edges. All right, close that. Move this out of the way. And we're going to put the top and bottom borders on first. I'm going to take my border And I've got the center of it. And the center of it is going to go basically in the center of the pieced top. This doesn't have to be perfect. You do not have to measure it. We just want to try and make sure we have somewhat of an even amount of fabric hanging off of the sides, so that when we go to do our miter, we have some fabric to work with. And then keeping it straight, because you do have these long sides can get pulled out of place if you're not careful. All right. Now you need to start a ½ an inch in, or a ¼ of an inch in, ½ an inch. And we're not going to use any starter fabric because we're just going to wing it. And I am going to fix, so if you do the back tack thing, you do want to do that. Let's see, the ¼ of an inch is from that black line. And my foot has markings on it that tell me where everything is. And where I'm at now is exactly starting at the edge. I don't want that. I want that line back. So that's that. That's the ¼ of an inch. Now I've gone too far. That's my ¼ of an inch. And you need to have it at the start and the end. That way you're going to be able to miter the corners. So we're done with the pin. Because like I said, you just want to have a reasonable amount of fabric on either side to do the miter at the end. All right, so I don't think you can see it, but this last piece of gray is sticking out because it's longer than the other pieces. So now I have to make sure to keep a consistent location for my border. All right, so that's straight on. That's a ¼ of an inch. So we're almost there. I got it. Yeah, I did. All right. So let's see here. This pumpkin is the middle pumpkin. And that is the middle of the pumpkin-ish. Alright, and oh, well, that's convenient. It's the black line again. Excellent. Alright. So, not quite. Almost. There we go. Come on. These seams are bubbling, or aren't laying correctly. Now we know we're halfway through. Oh, I messed that one up. I was so excited I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. So I did not stop or fix the thread at the end of that because I may need to trim it back a little bit to get to 1/4 of an inch so that I can make the miter work. Because the miter is going to need to have 1/4 of an inch to let it through. All right. I love to use stripes as borders. It makes me happy. Got a quilt on our couch that has 2 striped borders. One with the stripes going up and out, and one with them going across. I just love the the contrast that it gives, the way it frames out things. It's really neat. I don't think we're going to be able to get everything done today. I might have to set up a live for tomorrow for just about an hour or two to finish this. I have a thread that I didn't clip. Now with a 1.5 inch border, which means it's going to finish to 1 inch, it's not going to be as dramatic having the border or having the miter. If it was, you know, like a 3-inch wide border or something like that, it would be much more dramatic. But I still think it's going to look cool. And like I said, I don't like, if I'm doing striped borders, I don't like just doing a flat join. I've always liked the way the miter looks with a stripe. With any other border, I don't care. But with the striped border, it needs to have a mitered corner. Whoa! Stay on the ironing board. There we go. All right. Now the short sides. Again, we fold it in half. Just to get a bit. What did I determine? It's 14.5. So 7 1/4. That's the middle. Again, not being terribly exact, but getting it a little bit close. But now, okay, so I've put this in the middle, but that's not the only consideration I have to take. I have to make sure that when these are together, their colors are going to come together. So there's a black line on the edge of the gray. So I want to make sure that there is a black on the edge of the gray. Again, not a major deal. If we're exactly in the middle, we just want to make sure we have enough fabric on either side. Now over here, on this side, where the white is, there's an orange line. So we go over here and we make sure that there is an orange line, which there is. Because what we're going to do later is sew them together at an angle. You know what? I'm not even going to mess with the center this time. Black line, orange line. Same thing. Black line, orange line. Yep. There we go. Now let's make sure we're straight. All right, that's too far in. In this case, if you want to use clips instead of pins, you can. I've just been using pins, so I'm sticking with it right now. All right, there we go. Okay. That back. Make sure that doesn't get sewn into it. That's right on the line. Let's go forward just a little bit. There we go. Okay, so where the pin is a quarter of, is where I'm gonna match up seams. So that needs to be where I stop. Excellent. And the other side. Oh, hey, first try. That doesn't happen very often. Let's see here. I want to stop there. Right. Oh, that didn't work. Didn't cut. There we go. And we press the short sides. Okay, here's one short side. We're almost ready for the magic. See how that miter corner comes together. All right, here we go. Get that out of the way. Come on. Helps if you push the button. There we go. So here is a corner. We've got extra fabric, which is what we needed. And lots of thread that we don't need. And we're going to fold at the point, so at the corner. Fold it over and match up the stripes. Black to black and orange, and keeping your edge even, and match up a few points. And then here at the quilt, or at the pieced top, and match that up. And since we started 1/4 of an inch in, we have room to sew out. I'm going to do it again. Match it up further out. Fold it over here. Hey, Talia. What's up, baby girl? Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Hi, sweetie. Okay. You have a nice day. What you doing, Talia? Talia? Hold on. What you doing? No chewing on cords. Talia! What are you doing, baby? What's wrong? She's not typically my cord chewer. The other one is. All right, that's 3 corners. Where's my 4th one? There it is. What, sweetie? What are you twirling for? You need something? to the sewing machine we go. We're going to sew all 4 corners. Starting where we stopped sewing before. And I'm sewing out further than I need to. I just want to make sure I have it enough. Okay. So now, when I open it up, I did it wrong. I sewed the wrong way. All right, that was stupid. Fold it over. There we go. It's been a while. So we have this all folded at an angle. There we go. Let's get these things all. Get it. There we go. That's what I needed to match up. All right, so matched it up. And the seam goes that way. And now, where the fold is where we're going to sew. And now when I open it up, I have a mitered seam. There we go. I'm just moronic. So we'll talk about it again. So we've got everything flat. We fold at the corner. We match up our lines. Black, orange, black, orange. And now from the seam, we sew at the same angle. Hey, Callie. And now, yep, that's off. Didn't do that one very well. Hey, what are you doing? Are you and Talia having a disagreement? look at this one. Yep, that one matched up perfectly. And then our last corner here. Over here. There we go. All right. So now we have an angled seam coming off of the edge here. And yes, you could very easily have drawn a line. In fact, I think that's what I've done in the past. I just wasn't remembering how to do it correctly. I thought I remembered, and then I was wrong. And again, just like with the other things, if you prefer to just cut it off with the extra fabric off with a pair of scissors, go for it. I'm just using a rotary cutter because I find it to be easier on me later on. And last but not least, fourth corner. And then we are going to go against what you normally do in quilting. Normally, you press a seam to one side or the other. With a mitered corner, you're going to press your seam open. There we go. Okay, pressing open. Last seam. press it open. All right, let's hang this up. And there we go. We have a pieced top for the October pillow cover, bench pillow, whatever it's called. And this is where we're going to stop today. I'm not going to be able to do a video tomorrow, but I will set one up for Thursday. It should only be a couple hours long. It's not going to be a full 4-hour video. It's just going to be a couple-hour video. All we need to do is sandwich this, quilt it, and then make the envelope and get that done. But it's going to take a couple hours, and we don't have time for that right now. So I will set up another video. Never would have expected that this one would have taken quite so long, but there were a lot of different things in this. I'm finding that I do believe this was one of the more complicated bench pillows so far. July, August, September, October. This is my 4th one, and I do believe this was the most difficult. There were a lot of little things going on in this, and a lot of little problems too. So we'll have to see. But we should be able to get it quilted. I am going to use a black thread, the black thread, to do some quilting. I'm not certain what I might do up in here, but it does need something since I did not use a printed fabric as it called for. It does look a little bland to me. So I'm going to have to do something there. And then around our stems, because of the issues I had with the border not fitting with the pumpkins, I need to make sure to do something on these stems to distract from my issues that I had. But we will see you again. Give me a couple days and we'll get it set up, and we will do a part 3. So be prepared for part 3, because I do plan on making a fall project next week, because fall starts next week. So I want to make sure to have a project done to hang up for fall, and we'll get that done next week. So we're going to need to finish this one up. You all have a nice day. We will see you next time for part 3. And oh, don't forget to thumbs up, like, subscribe, remind, all that good stuff. I need all of those. I need those. In order to move on in the world and start doing other things, I need to have more likes and followers and things like that. So